Good morning and welcome back again to the Benjamin Spark to continue, of course, the 2026 WINLOTT Windward Islands Super 50 tournament. And today the encounter is between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The story from the middle is that Dominica has won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So Dominica, of course, taking the first knock. Standing umpires are Oswald George and Fitzgerald. So these are the standing umpires, and of course the match referee is Jason St. John. So St. John is the match referee. Third umpire, of course, being Matthew Ogis. Of course, there were a couple of changes there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Olani Slack is out, and Ozaid Edwards is in. Meantime, for Dominica, I'll give you that update as to the change that was made in the lineup for Dominica. Elon Pascal is the man out, or in rather, pardon me, and Dante Benjamin out. So Dante Benjamin out. Here goes the first ball of the match, or rather, it's a trial. So he has to go back to the top of his mark. Really appeared like he was going to deliver this one to, of course, start the proceedings here at the Benjamin Spark. Very lovely outfield. Grass was caught earlier this morning. It's cool. And of course, there's no rainfall. So Glasgow is the man in operation from the north net, left arm fast medium. And he'll be, of course, delivering to Derwin Lewis, the left-hander. Has had some good starts in the tournament, but really needs to take advantage of these good starts and carry on to make half centuries. Of course, he has that opportunity now to give himself a good start and carry on towards the half century. Derwin Lewis can be quite aggressive at times. Really likes the ball on the bat and likes to get things going. Derwin Lewis. It's a very good wicket to bat on. So I'm sure he'll be looking to play a few shots. Well, more than a few shots. Glasgow. Shot, and it's pulled in towards the mid-wicket. Well, actually, behind square, rather. At first, it appeared that he was really targeting mid-wicket, but pulling this one right around towards the backward square leg for four. So Lewis already making his intentions known there with the bat. Of course, is willing to pounce on anything that comes in his arc. And we saw similar shots in his last knock where he took advantage of the short pitch bowling. And today is no different. Of course, he's willing, of course, to take it on the short ball. So Luis, of course, opens the account with a boundary. Let's see how Glasgow responds. Back of a length down the leg side. And Luis just working it around the corner. And they're attempting the second chance of a run out. That was quite risky, especially for Alex Armstrong, the bigger of the two, the slower of the two. And really for a while, it looked like he would not have gotten home on time. And had the throw been effected more accurately, and the man had stood behind the stumps, I'm sure he would have been run out. But they always say fortune favors the brave. It was a risky second round to have taken. And it's now 6 without loss. Of course, this brings Lewis back into strike. Cool day for cricket here at the Benjamin Spark. Nice breeze blowing from the northeast. And of course, there's still some good sunshine here. Not as bright as we have seen in the past. Glasgow, back of a length, and the ball going past. And of course, he's giving out his own cards. Good delivery there, back of a length, and the ball brushing the edge there. So Lewis was beaten by this one there. And Lewis has to go. Early scalp for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica 6 for 1. That's not the situation, of course, that they would have liked to be in at this stage of the match. I'm sure they would want the openers to give them a very good start before losing any wickets. But that is not to be at the moment. Dominica already suffering a first casualty. And we are just into the first over it is. Just 4 balls bowls so far. And already suffering their first casualty. St. Vincent, in the meantime, will be quite pleased with that to make such early inroads. And rightfully so. That should always be the goal, of course, to try and topple the top order, break the back of the top order, get rid of the openers, get rid of the top middle order, and continue to make inroads. That's where the stronger part of the batting lineup is. And Glasgow, of course, I'm sure we will look into pick up a few more. Bowled well yesterday, Glasgow. Was St. Vincent and the Grenadines playing back-to-back here at the Benjamin Park. Played Grenada yesterday and won. St. Vincent currently is on 4 points in 3rd place, displacing Grenada, who previously occupied that 3rd spot. So Grenada is on 2 points now, occupying the 4th position with a negative net run rate of 1.06. St. Lucia is at the top of the table with 7 points with a net run rate of 1.68. Dominica is in 2nd place on 7 points with a net run rate of 0.5. Glasgow. And just aborting his run there on this occasion. The umpire just calling on the groundsman there to do some groundwork there. There's an area that is perhaps not as stable for the bowler. So just looking to stabilize an area in the run-up. Glasgow, of course, is having some difficulty there, it seems. In the meantime, we'll take a short break and be right back with the action. So Glasgow, like I was saying earlier, had a good spell yesterday against Grenada. Picked up 2 wickets in a 6-over spell for 26 runs. And meantime, Casado, who was named man of the match, picked up 2 wickets for 28 runs, in addition to the cameo that he had of 23 of 24. Yeah, so Casado is into the attack on the southern end. That is the highway end of the ground. And he'll be coming in from over the wicket to Alex Armstrong. Of course, they will need to rebuild the innings from here after the early damage. Importantly, forge a new partnership and set the tone for the rest of the batters in the middle order. It's a lovely Saturday morning here at the Benjamin Park. Very cool weather. We already seen a few folks around to the ground and looking. Henry, and of course just aborting his run at the last moment. Casado has a short ball that threatens batters, so they have to look out for that. That bouncer. He has a slower ball and he has a bouncer, so he can really be at the extremes. And he has also picked up 13 wickets in the tournament so far. So that's just another piece of statistic there for you. In fact, he's the leading wicket taker in the tournament, Casado Henry. So that's a bowler that they have to look out for. Keep him out as much as possible. Otherwise, he will continue to increase his tally of wickets in this match. It's a bit windy now, as Casado, of course, gets ready to operate from the southern end. Back of a lane, full side the off stump, and Armstrong ignores it completely. Two slips in place. There's a deep fine leg, man on the boundary. There's a third man on the boundary. And there seems to be a man at backward point. There's also a man in the gully. Mid-on. And he's pouncing on this one. Short ball, and he cuts. And this one goes all the way to the fence for 4. Armstrong capitalizing on this opportunity and exploiting that gap there, pass point for 4. So that was short, and of course Armstrong says thank you very much. Score moves to 11. So there's one man standing at point area. There's a huge gap there between point and extra cover. Short, and Armstrong was looking to get away from this one. Was just getting a little blow there. Nothing to cause injury, apparently. But we are beginning to see a barrage of short balls coming from Casado Henry, as we saw against Grenada yesterday. So that seems to be his go-to delivery. And we might just see the slower ball brought right up. Back of a length, and this time the batter not quite getting hold of it. But of course, they'll pick up one, ball landing near the wicket and allowing the run. So Armstrong was a bit perhaps a bit too early, ball perhaps held up. Just having a little bit of difficulty there to that short ball of Henry. This brings into strike Button, Eden Button. It's one of the leading run scorers in the tournament as well. So Eden Button, the left-hander, is on strike. And he's occupying the second position with 115 runs in the tournament. Eden Button, the second leading run scorer in the tournament so far. He's on strike now. So his knock, of course, is significant now for the home side, along with his partner, Alex Armstrong. Two slips and a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off. And there's no one towards the mid-wicket area at the moment. So there's a huge gap between fine leg. Well, it's the end of the over, but there was a huge gap between fine leg and, of course, mid-on. But it's now 12 for 1 after 2 overs. So it's going to be a 50-over match. So the match was not reduced in any way. So weather wasn't a problem today as it was yesterday. So we're going to be playing a full 50-over match. Hopefully that the match is not interrupted by rain. Because the groundsman just doing some work there in that area of the run-up. Of course, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back with the rest of the action. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Benjamin's Park, of course, to continue proceedings. That area has been sorted out, so the groundsman doing a good job there in solidifying that area that was a bit unstable beneath the feet of the bowler. So Glasgow, of course, will continue his work from the northern end, the left arm fast medium, or medium fast, rather. Meantime, of course, it's raining cats and dogs down there in Grand Bay at Geneva. So it seems as if play has been threatened there by Lots of precipitation. Hopefully they can get in a few overs in. But it's bright and sunny here, meantime, at the Benjamin's Park. Glasgow. Back of a length. Armstrong looking to pull, not making contact. And the ball going through to be taken by the man standing behind the stumps. So Jerwin Adams is the keeper for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jerwin Adams. So that's the man standing behind the stumps. Tallish lad. And so far has looked quite clinical. Glasgow. Armstrong is driving straight, but will find mid-off in the way and can score. A good looking shot, but not good enough to beat that man there at mid-off. Just a few yards inside the 30-yard circle. Perhaps if that was a bit straighter, he might have just gone past him. If not a boundary, get a couple of runs. Glasgow. Well up again. No ball signals umpire, but they will take a single and get that extra. So it's going to be a free hit. And of course, Dominica will look to capitalize on this free hit. Perhaps get a boundary, a 4 or a 6. So the weather looks quite fine from my vantage point. That area where the rain comes usually appears to be very clear. So there's white clouds in that area now. No threat of rain. And he's driving aerial straight back all the way along the carpet for 4. Majestic shot there from the middle of the bat. And Dominica moves up by 4. 18 for 1 to score. Of course, the left-hander, Aidan Burton, of course, looking to push the score and taking advantage of every scoring opportunity, as we saw in his previous knocks. So he's the type of player, of course, who will have a go whenever the ball comes in his arc. So he's not going to fool around at the crease. He will play sensibly, defend his stumps, but whenever it comes in his arc, he's certainly going to have a go, as we just witnessed. Glasgow. Inside edge. And the batters will come for 1, and they are attempting the second. And of course, we'll get it. So just putting pressure on the fielder. Of course, it was the keeper who ran all the way across to do the fielding, because there's no one apparently at mid-wicket. So it made it very easy, of course, to just tuck that ball in that area and pick up 2 runs. And there's a man at square leg at the moment, but there's still no mid-wicket. Glasgow. The lefty. And Aiden is driving, but straight to man, the man at cover, and can score. But what an elegant looking stroke that was. Well timed, crouched. Of course, a technically correct shot there by Aidan Burton. The second leading run scorer in the tournament. So thus far, really looking good already. Burton. Glasgow coming in from over the wicket to him, the left arm medium fast bowler. And this time just watches this one go by. .24 on it is. Casado Henry will continue his operations from the southern end, that is the highway end, or the Indian River end. And of course, he'll be bowling to the right-hander. That's Alex Armstrong, the bigger of the two batters. Casado, this one held up, back of a length, and Armstrong is playing defensively and can't score. Brilliant sunshine here, streaming down nicely from the cosmos. Really illuminating in the park. So as far as visibility, the players have no problems. It can only be an eyesight problem, but not light problem. Back of a length, and he's caught in. Third man comes around, of course, to cut it off and reduce the effort to just one. So good looking stroke, but can only get the value of one. Because Armstrong looking to pounce on anything that is shot on wide, just outside the off stump. And rightfully so, of course, just looking to take advantage of that gap there between backward point and third man. There's a huge gap there for the right-hander. And this, of course, brings Aiden into strike. We are in the power play period, so only two men are allowed outside the circle. And for Makram, they are both behind the wicket at fine leg deep, and he's pulling hard. And into the fence it goes for 4. Burton, of course, pouncing on this one again. That short ball from Henry and making no mistakes with this one. And getting 4. Of course, the man at square leg stood no chance of cutting this one out. And Aiden, of course, continues his aggression. So just starting to open up now, Burton. Of course, we are seeing the fans coming in. A lot more individuals are in the stands now. Both stands on the southern side of the ground. We've seen a few folks as well on the western stands. As Casado, of course, continues his work from the southern end. Back of a length, and Makram is asked a question. Plays forward, showing some song technique there in defense on the front foot. So he seems to be prepared to bat long, spend time at the crease, and at the same time, of course, capitalize on scoring opportunities and keep the score ticking over. 25 it is for 1. Aiden, and he's playing defensively again. Just nudging this one in the gully, but they can't score. So Dominica looking to do some repair work. As the Winglotts went early. It was 6 for 1 when he left. And since then, of course, Despair has been doing a fantastic job in repairing the innings. The current run rate is 6.5. And a partnership of 19 since the fall of the first wicket. 25 for 1 after 4. Armstrong is on strike. Glasgow to continue. He's on 7. Of course, a few changes have been made now in the field for Armstrong. One slip is in place now. Third man in the regular position. Of Because there's point, cover. There's a man at mid-on. There's a shot mid-wicket. But there's lots of room on the onside. There's a huge gap there between fine leg and short mid-wicket. Glasgow. And he works this one down towards fine leg this time. There's also a huge gap between short mid-wicket and mid-on. So if they are right-handers, they can exploit these spaces. The left-hander is on strike now. So there's a right-left combination at the crease now that usually poses difficulty to bowlers in terms of making the adjustment. So some bowlers are affected by that, others not so much. Glasgow down the leg side. So strain there in his lines. So previously bowled to the right-hander. Now he has to adjust to the left-hander. And that's what I'm talking about. So that's the sort of difficulty that bowlers can experience in making the adjustment, moving from bowling to the right-hander and then to the left. So they have to recalibrate. And sometimes can end up straying from the lines, the required lines. Glasgow. This one goes past outside the off stump. Of course, Burton just ignoring this one on that occasion. So very watchful, but also pounces on opportunities when they come in his arc. Markham, or rather Burton. Burton is driving, not quite getting hold of this. So I'm a push more than anything else, a defensive push, and can't score. Of course, the crowds are increasing here, especially on the southern side of the ground that stand down there on the highway. More and more folks are coming in. There's still more trickle of supporters, of individuals. So I'm sure we'll see a bigger crowd here at the Benjamin Park supporting the local side, Dominica. Short, and Burton watches this one go past outside the off stump. So Burton, of course, is quite resolved, spending some time at the crease. Really wants to make it count today. The second leading run scorer of the tournament, Aidan Burton. Glasgow. And again, at the last moment, just allowing it to go by outside the off stump. With this, it is now 27 for the loss of 1. Casado Henry from the southern end to Alex Armstrong. Straying down the leg side. So both bowlers, of course, are having difficulty, and it's a wide, having difficulty in finding their right lines, especially early in their overs. And I think part of it has to do with the right-left combination at the crease now, making that adjustment. So you might just see the first two deliveries not quite there as far as the line. Henry. And this time he finds the right line and length. Armstrong guiding this one in the gully, but can score. Henry is the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Casado Henry of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Starting umpire, of course, Oswald George from the village of Paybush, the north. Former cricketer himself, open batsman, and off spinner. That's Oswald George, the standing umpire. And still plays a bit of cricket. Meantime, the square leg umpire is Fitzgerald, a former cricketer himself, played for his village in hardball version. Short and lifting delivery, just outside the off stump, but it's going to be signaled wide, and it's wide. So, getting some bounce on this occasion, had some zip as well, but of course was just too wide outside the off stump. So he has a short ball that can be very threatening. That's one of his go-to deliveries. And when it's gotten right, when he finds the body line, can be a bother to batters. And this time he's on point. And Armstrong is brought into defense and can score. So one slip is in place now for Henry. Third man on the boundary. Fine leg on the boundary. A square leg. There's a man at mid-off and mid-on. There's no mid-wicket. And Armstrong just pushes the ball in front of you on the onside, and they will get one. Just taking advantage of that space. Making the effort to keep the score ticking over. If boundaries are not coming in, of course, you have to endeavor to pick the gaps and just keep the scorecard ticking over. Try and reduce the number of dot balls as much as possible. .5 the current run rate. Casado from around the wicket this time. And it drives towards the cover point region and will only get one. Gorgeous looking shot there. Well timed. Open the face nicely. But can only get one for it. Because this brings the right hander now into strike. Casado, and this one just holding up and bouncing a bit there, and the batters of course taking a quick single. So the ball held up on that occasion at good length, and of course just bothered the batter a little bit. He was able to play it well in the end, but you could see the awkwardness both of the delivery and of course the player in trying to make the adjustment. So there seems to be a spot on the pitch that produces that type of delivery. I'm sure the batters will be looking out for that. Makram, or rather Aiden, that international cricketer, seems to be on my mind. The New Zealander, Makram. It's the end of the over, and it's now 32 for the loss of 1 after 6. Yes, of course. So I seem to be mentioning the international cricketer, Aiden Makram name. So it's Aiden Burton here. Glasgow, back of a length and guiding this one towards the slip cordon, but can't score. Armstrong just looking to use the pace of that delivery, but he has to be careful here that he doesn't produce a catch. So he has to apply some more dexterity there, some more skill on that shot. Otherwise, he will produce a catch in the slip cordon. There's one slip in place. So he needs to angle his bat much better. And this time, just coming forward in defense. Superb ball there by Glasgow. Because Glasgow has picked up the first wicket. And now he's into his fourth over, conceding only 16 runs so far in his spell. He's going at 4.8 runs and over. A medium fast bowler. Meantime, Armstrong is on 10 of 17 deliveries. Strike rate of just below 60, 58.8. Armstrong is driving in the air. And is the catch taken? We'll have to wait and see. And he's out caught. He goes out caught at the cover point region there. And Armstrong goes. So Glasgow picks up his second wickets, and Vincent, of course, making another inroad. And now Dominica is 32 for 2. Fontaine is the replacement of Alex Armstrong. Fontaine, the captain, has joined Aiden Burton because the consistent Osino Fontaine was facing the fourth delivery from Glasgow, and he's beaten all ends up. Perhaps just getting a little bit of movement there. Had the batter searching for this one on the front foot. So well bowled there by Glasgow. So already picked up the first two wickets, the medium fast bowler. So really asking questions of the Dominican batters. So Aaron Glasgow. Well, I'm sure the captain will look to forge a solid partnership here with Burton. Glasgow. And Fontaine is in defense. Just a little bothered by the bounce of that delivery on this occasion. Lovely morning for cricket here at the Benjamin Park. It's a bit windy, but the sun is streaming down nicely here. Glasgow. And Fontaine is very watchful on this occasion, playing defensively towards cover. and they can score. And of course, it's a wicket maiden this last over from Glasgow. 32 for 2 the score. Henry continues his work from the southern end. Back of a length. And the batter is equal to the task. On the back foot. Playing back down the pitch and they can't score. The leading wicket taker in the tournament thus far, Casado Henry. He's the man into the attack now, looking to increase on his tally of wickets in the tournament. And he's coming in from around the wicket to the left-hander. Back of a length, and the batter is struck on the chest. It appears the short ball that I was talking about, and producing that ball again. And it seems as if the batter was struck somewhere on the chest or the arm. And of course, the umpire is calling the physio. So I'm sure we'll see Miss White making her way out to the field to give Aidan Button some attention there. Perhaps just make a little assessment. He's in pain, I suspect. So hopefully it's not anything too serious that would impede him from continuing his innings. But he was certainly struck by that short ball from Casado Henry. Of course, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. And a lovely atmosphere here for cricket. Meantime, the crowd is increasing. Henry, short of a length on about the off stump. And Makram stands tall to play this one. And can score. Score is kept 32 for the loss of 2. And we are into the 8th over. Of course, it's a 50 over match. And Dominica just looking to post a strong total on the board against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Meantime, the leading wicket taker is looking to increase on his tally of wickets in this match. Has not taken a wicket yet. Burton is pushing a very good length ball towards the offside and can score. A lovely outfield. Of course, kudos must go to the ground staff who did a fantastic job all throughout the tournament. And even during the more difficult periods of weather, bad weather. But the ground looks fantastic. Burton, he's on 11 of 22 deliveries. I'm just looking to forge a partnership here with his captain, Usino Fontaine. And this one is just opening the face on this one there. Ball going down towards third man, and they will pick up one. Almost like a late dab. Sort of a traditional shot. And of course, this single brings the captain into strike. The right-hander. Because the bowler himself also has to make an adjustment. Let's see how well he does so. See if he can maintain his line. Having to bowl to the right-hander now. A well-up ball outside the off stump. Wide. Extra to the scorecard. Fontaine, very consistent player. Has been making significant contributions. Has been making some good contributions, of course, to the scorecard, the captain. Batting responsibly, and especially when his team is in trouble. That's when he shows up the most. End of the over. And after 8, it is now 32 for the loss of 2 wickets. The story from the middle is that Dominica won the toss and opted to bat first. Fontaine is the 3rd leading run scorer in the tournament. Of course, he has an aggregate of 113 runs. Aidan Burton is 2nd in that list, 115 runs. And the St. Lucian, Jonathan Daniel, is topping the table with 117 runs. So 2 Dominicans occupying the 2nd and 3rd spot as far as runs. Of course, the captain and his partner, Aidan Burton, being 2 of these players at the top in the first top 3 leading run getters in the tournament so far. That's a good sign for the whole side in terms of their top order batting. But now, their work is cut out for them. They have some repair to do, having lost 2 wickets already. Of course, Glasgow continues his work on the northern end. Has picked up 2 wickets already. In fact, the only 2 wickets so far belong to him. A medium fast bowler. Short, and Aidan is driving. Well fielded there by the man at cover point. Was diving to his right to stop this one. Otherwise, it might have been 4. So, of course, fantastic fielding there. Kudos to him. Burton, of course, moves up to 13. Glasgow. And Fontaine ignores this one outside the off stump. Good length ball going across the right hander. Just watches this one sail past him outside the off stump and from good length. So Glasgow has a very good length ball bowling at the moment. Consistently good lengths and good lines. And I think that is the reason why he has picked up the 2 wickets already. Glasgow and Fontaine working this one around the corner, around his legs in that vacant area there. Fine leg, of course, having to move to his left. And of course, they'll get one. Brilliant sunshine now, streaming down at the Benjamin Park. And Burton having to drop his bat at the last moment there. That ball seemed to have bounced awkwardly there. Glasgow. A man on a mission here this morning. Well up, Yorker length delivery. And well done, of course, by Burton to have dogged this one out. Superb Yorker length delivery. Glasgow is on a mission here, really looking to continue his penetration. But this pair of batters, I believe, are competent enough to put up some resistance. They are among the top 3 leading run getters. So to do so, you must have some resistance as well to be able to spend time at the crease and still get runs. So they are the 2 better batters, I believe, of the home side. The captain, Fontaine, and Eden Burton. 37 for 2 after 9. Change of bowling on the southern end. DeAndre Dugan replaces Casado Henry. Dugan making his first appearance here in this match this morning. Straying down the leg side. Has some good zip, good pace. And of course that is signaled wide by the umpire, Oswald George. Dugan, of course, in yesterday's match picked up only 1 wicket in his 3 overs, conceding only 9 runs. So the captain can always go to him to break partnerships. So he's a good handy bowler there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Outside the off stump, and Burton ignores this one wide outside the off stump. Burton. He's on 40 now of 27 deliveries. Was just looking to bat some time here and repair the damage that was done. Short, and at the last moment just aborting the idea of that pull shot wide. Signals umpire. Of course, you could see his intention there, but just pulling the bat away at the last moment. Of course, just showing some discretion there, and rightfully so. And that's part of batsmanship. You can't always follow instincts, so you have to be deliberate oftentimes in your decision making, your selectiveness. That's what contributes to long innings. Dugan, and this time he just work this one towards the onside, and they can't score. $40 for 2 the score. And we are into the 10th over now. Because Dugan, DeAndre Dugan is the man into the attack. And he's coming in from around the wicket to the left-hander. Back of a length. And of course, Burton is equal to the task on the back foot, just presenting the face of the bat, and they can't score. Burton, the man on strike. Short, and we'll have to wait and see what the umpire signals, and it's wide. Miles above the head of the batter. Extracting some tennis bounce there on that occasion. Aye. This time can't beat the man in the gully area. Dugan, of course, has been keeping it quite tight and tidy here. Not giving too many away. Just trying to keep some pressure on the batters. And rightfully so, of course, just looking to pick up a few more wickets and put Dominica under further pressure. So, a testing moment now for this pair. I think the ball going through there outside the off stump. This one perhaps kept a little lower than the batter anticipated. Two of the better batters of the home side at the crease now, the captain, Fontaine, and Burton. In fact, two of the leading run scorers in the tournament so far. But now their work is cut out for them, of course. A very testing period in the innings. It's a rebuilding period. And they have to resist, of course, the pressure. And hang in there and try and repair the innings as much as possible. The true test of batsmanship. Really show their character, test their mental strength. And technically, of course, we know that they are quite capable. But now their mental fortitude is being tested. Or Dugan rather. DeAndre Dugan into the attack. Just train down the leg side there from a good length. Because Button was looking to just work this one around the corner, but didn't make contact. And with this, of course, it's the end of the over here at the Benjamin's Park. And it's now 41 for the loss of 2. Of course, if you are just tuning in, the story from the middle was that Dominica won the toss and they elected to bat first. And of course, it's drinks. So we'll take a break right about now. And when we come back, we will bring you the rest of the action. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Portsmouth, the home of jazz and Creole.
This is where everything starts to build. And just a few minutes away,
on May 3rd, this entire space transforms
into music, into style, into a feeling you don't want to miss. Jazz and Creole, proudly presented by the government of Dominica. And it all happens right here. The artists performing on the main stage. From Jamaica, Taurus Riley, the Singy King, a voice that moves generations, and the Black Soil Band. Also from Jamaica, Dean Fraser. When the sax hits, everything slows down. From the USA, the Manhattans, timeless souls, effortless, unforgettable. Dominica's Princess of Song, Mikkel Henderson, a voice that commands every moment. Dominica's neo-soul queen, Lily Octave, smooth, rich, and completely her own. Pure energy from Dominica, swinging stars. When they start, you move. The pulse of the streets. From Dominica, rhythm knockers, raw percussion, iron-strong energy. From Dominica, Fael Landa, honest sound, real connection. From Dominica, Janet Jackson, a voice that carries feeling, depth, and presence. And from Dominica, Khadijah Joseph, new energy, a sound you'll feel. This is how we jazz up Creole in Dominica.
May 3rd, 2 p.m., Fort Shirley, Cabritz National Park.
Tickets, VIP $450. At fringe events, $175. General admission, $200. Ages 12 to 17, $75. And children under 12 enter for free. Get your tickets now at dominicafestivals.com and at select outlets in Roseau and Portsmouth. And when you're coming, come for an experience. In fact,
Make it a weekend. Come from Friday. There's lots of available accommodations in the north and plenty to do.
Go whale watching, then slow it down. Snorkel the reefs, then take it inland. Drift through the Indian River and chase a waterfall at Syndicate. Then go deeper. Find your way to Paradise Valley. Step into the chocolate factory. Then shift the scene. Red Rocks. Then back to the coast. Coconut Beach, Purple Turtle Beach, Bell Hall Beach. Find a quiet spot, even a secret beach. Ride a horse along the shore. Eat well. Take your time. That's Portsmouth. We'll see you at the Fort Shirley Cabritz National Park on May 3rd from 2 p.m. Dressed in your Afro elegance attire.
All right, we are back from the drinks break. Score is still at 41 for the loss of 2. And we are into the 11th over now. Current run rate of 4 at the moment. Of course, earlier Glasgow doing some damage, picking up 2 wickets. And we have, of course, LeBron Douglas is the new bowler into the attack. He has replaced Glasgow on the northern end. And he's currently bowling to the right-hander, the captain of the team, Usinho Fontaine. Of course, the consistent Fontaine, the 3rd leading run scorer in the tournament, along with his partner, who is in 2nd place as far as runs in the tournament. Douglas short and he's on the back foot, playing stylishly, but can't beat the man in the gully. Really indicating that he's prepared to play a few shots, but also wants to hang in there for the cause of the team, along with his partner. So just looking to play a captain's knock here, taking some responsibility with the bat. Realizes how important and crucial his position is. And this time it's wide outside the off stump. I'm sure we're going to see a signal as, of course, the umpire does some exercise now. 1 more to the total. Sunshine now here at the Benjamin's Park. Douglas from the northern end. And Fontaine is pushing on the front foot, opening the face. And the ball going straight to the man at backward point. Because he has an area to cover there. He has to cover to his right and to his left. So there's a gap to the left of backward point, to the right of that same position. So Douglas, a good ball there, and the batter was bitten there by that bounce and that line, and was surprised a little bit there by that delivery, that bounce. Looking to drop his bat at the last moment, almost getting the edge though. So he has to be circumspect there against Douglas. Douglas. Good length ball, and again caught in and can't beat that fielder there at backward point, short backward point. Just a few yards inside the 30-yard circle. Second on the occasion, he finding that man. So needs to do some adjustment in terms of his angling. Just a technical adjustment. Was to be able to beat that man either to his right or to his left, and to find that gap. Acres of space beyond that fielder. Between 3rd man and the sweeper. Pull shot! And it goes away to the fence. Very good shot there by the captain, of course. Pouncing on this one and pulling fantastically away for 4 towards mid-wicket. 46 for 2 the score. And of course, and I could hear the support coming from the stands in support of the boys. The stands at the southern side of the ground on towards the highway. Again, voices coming there in support of the batting side, of course. DeAndre Dugan will continue from the southern end, from around the wicket to the left-hander, Aidan Burton. Of course, Dominica looking to increase, of course, or pile up on the aggregate. And of course, we have a nurse on site to provide medical attention. Peradventure, there is an injury. I will get a name for you later on. She's somewhat reluctant in disclosing her name, but I'm sure she will give it later on. And Burton, of course, taking that quick single there, just tucking this one around the corner and getting that single. 1-1 fools the basket. And so, of course, doing the right thing, just keeping the score ticking over. If the boundaries are not coming, of course, you can capitalize, milk the bowling, and keep the score flowing by taking the ones and the twos. And this is precisely what we are seeing right now. The two of the better batters of the lineup, the captain and Burton, and also the two of the leading run scorers, one occupying the second position and the other the third position as leading scorers in the tournament so far. So much is expected of them. And of course, the consistent, both in fact, have been consistent in the tournament so far. Especially the captain, genuine all-rounder, Lucino Fontaine, and the right-hander. The man on strike now as DeAndre short, and he's guiding this one through the gully there. The man at backward point dives to his left, but could not stop it. Standing near the umpire, but had to cover some grounds there towards the gully region, but wasn't able to stop this one on time and prevent the run. Of course, it was a good delivery, bounced, and of course cramped the batter from room. So really, kudos must go to him. And in the end, still was able to execute a fine shot there, showing some dexterity and control. Of course, getting on top, the bounce of that delivery there, and guiding it through the gully region. So showing some skill with the bat. Burton, well up ball. My goodness, this one short. And there's protection on the boundary down there. There's a Yokolem delivery. And this one had extra wheels going past the keeper. And of course, almost getting into the boundary. Luckily, there was a man down there to protect the boundary. Down there at third man, fine. Straightish rather. So one extra to the scorecard, 50. So that's the 50 mark. 50 for 2 now. And the weather is quite fine still here at the Benjamin Park. No threat of rain at the moment as DeAndre Dugan. And he's driving pleasantly, well stopped there, but will not prevent the run. Just looking to penetrate that gap there in through the covers. But as a result of fantastic fielding, of course, they were reduced to a single. One more to the total. Fontaine is on strike. And DeAndre, of course, Dugan will continue attacking from the southern end. And this one strays down the leg side. So again, the left-right combination is truly creating some difficulty to Dugan in particular. Having to make the adjustment. Of course, so I've seen that happen already in this innings. The bowler is really having some difficulty here in adjusting in terms of his lines and lengths, moving from the right-hander and back to the left. Dugan, back of a length on about the leg stump, and the batter tucking his one around the corner, and they will attempt the second run. So 2 more to the scorecard. Because they're just milking the bowling again. So when the boundaries are not coming, they are taking the ones and the twos, and rightfully so. The right approach, of course. milking the bowling and keeping the score ticking over. 54 it is now for the loss of 2. So 54 for 2 after 12 overs. Of course, we'll take a short break now, as the umpires, of course, are just checking on something here. So we'll take just a little break and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Benjamin Spark, of course, to continue this encounter between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, we are going to see some slow bowling now from the northern end. And Jordan Charles, the captain, will make his first appearance as a spinner. And of course, he'll be bowling to the left-hander, Burton, who's on 16. Jordan Charles, the leg spinner, and Burton is pulling towards backwards square leg for 4. Really blistering their shot behind square on the onside. Was just pouncing on this one. They immediately picking up the line and length and taking advantage of that one. So that was certainly a loosener by Jordan Charles. And of course, Burton saying thank you very much. 58 now for 2. Jordan Charles, the leg spinner. Better delivery. And Burton is on the front foot. This one peeling off the outside edge and going down towards the third man area. And they'll come back for 2 runs. So much better delivery. This time, comeback delivery. But of course, the ball coming off the edge and going in that vacant area. First slip has been put in place as a result of that. So no third man is in place. First slip, there's a man towards the backward point region on about the 30-yard circle. There's cover on about the 30-yard circle. Mid off, mid on, or long on, long off, and of course short mid wicket. Of course, Burton again just milking the ball in there and taking the single. 61 it is for the loss of 2. Of course, this brings the captain back into strike. So he's on 8 of his 14 deliveries faced so far. Which one? Of course, Charles only picked up 1 wicket yesterday against Grenada. Bowled 4 overs and conceded 9 runs. So 1 for 9 of his 4 overs. That's the captain, Jordan Charles, who is into the attack now. Charles, leg spinner, and Fontaine is sweeping the typical slug sweep shot of the captain, Fontaine, and he of course gets 4 for it. Lovely looking shot there. Picked up the line very quickly, the length, and of course playing one of his favorite shots for 4 towards the fine leg area. $65 it is now for the loss of 2. We are into the 13th over now. Of course, Fontaine is looking to push swing on the back foot, and he chops this one beautifully square just behind point. And they will come back for 2. So this time just taking advantage of the room that was given to him just outside the off stump. The length, of course, was there for that particular stroke. Executing, of course, quite well and gaining 2 more runs. So just prancing back on the back foot, of course. Charles, and this time he ignores it outside the off stump. So really showing some sensible batting there. Fontaine taking responsibility as captain, and of course Aidan Burton on the other end also showing similar qualities in their batsmanship. So it's a good partnership so far of 35 of just 39 deliveries. Of course, repairing the damage and having lost their first wicket at about 6 runs thereabout. And so these 2 has done some good work in rebuilding the innings. Of course, both batters playing very responsibly. They keep the score ticking over and at the same time capitalizing on the occasional boundaries. And of course, this is, of course, the right approach in the circumstances. Of course, they would want to carry on this pair with this partnership and really set a good platform, of course, for the rest of the batters. And if one of these two can remain bat through the innings, perhaps one remain there and go on to get a big score, that perhaps would be the ideal situation for them. Burton, the man on strike, the left-hander. And of course, Kevin Joseph is the bowler, the new bowler into the attack. And he's coming in from around the wicket to the left-hander, Burton. Bright sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. Perfect conditions for play. Of course, lovely natural environment, lovely trees just around the park. DeAndre Dugan. So Dugan, of course, is the bowler. I'm just rectifying an error there. So the bowler is DeAndre Dugan, of course, having bowled 2.1 overs thus far. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, conceded just 11 runs. So Dugan is still in search of his first wicket. But I'm sure this pair has other ideas. They'll be looking to carry on with this partnership. Short, and this one is worked fine. And the batters will take a second. So very good running between the wicket by this pair. It's closing the face on this one there from the waist, from the hips, and picking up 2 more runs. 70 for 2 it is the score. And the partnership increases to 38. So of course, just coming in, the captain, and checking the fall of wickets. And playing, of course, game situation. Dugan from the southern end. And Fontaine drives the ball, finding the inside edge, not quite getting it as well as he would have liked. Of course, finding the man at short mid-wicket, not too far from the playing strip or playing area. Was looking to play a bit straighter perhaps in front of him, but instead getting the inside edge. Dugan from the southern end. It's coming in from over the wicket. Short of a length, that is, just back of a length. Close to the batter. So didn't have much room to cut. Playing the ball in front of him on the back foot, but can score. So good delivery there. Just squeezing the batter for room at good length. Fontaine, the man on strike, the captain, of course, of the local side, the home side, is on 16 now of 20 deliveries. That's a very good strike rate of 80. Dugan, short, and the batter is on the back foot, finding deep cover point. And they'll get a single. The left-hander is on strike now, Aiden Burton. And he's on 24 of 41 deliveries. Last ball of the over for Dugan. Of course, I bought in the run there, and rightfully so. Was just doing the right thing, technically speaking, making his way back to the top of his mark. A lovely day here for cricket at the Benjamin's Park. Very bright sunshine now. And there's a breeze blowing across the grounds. It's a bit windy. And just keeping, of course, the atmosphere even cool. Dugan, outside the off stump, and Button just guides this one towards the offside. Chance of a run out there, of course, by a pegging attempt there by the fielder at backward point, but that didn't prevent the run. 72 it is now for the loss of 2. Of course, we cannot forget the personnel from the medical department and the Ministry of Health. Alphancia Robert is one of the nurses here, and also Vivian Ipindola, African nurse. Of course, they are right now here on site providing support to Miss Wyke, the physio. So we have out caught and bowled. So Aiden goes, caught and bowled, and he goes for 25. So the partnership, of course, was broken. A partnership that appears to be of 40. And Dominica, of course, losing their first scalp. So 72 for 3 it is the score currently. So unfortunate there for the home side to have lost. Eden Burton at this stage of the match really would have liked to carry on with this innings and partnership along with his captain, but that wasn't to be. Of course, I'm sure that would really be a positive for them. But of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines had other ideas, instead breaking the partnership and making some further penetrations, of course, into the innings of the home side. Charles, the leg spinner rather, continues his work from the northern end, has picked up the 1 wicket. So 1 for 13 so far. Of course, breaking that important partnership between Fontaine and Eden Burton. And of course, the new batter in is Kellen Christmas. So Kellen Christmas is the new batter in, another left-hander, and of course he's the man on strike now, just looking to forge, of course, another partnership, having lost Burton just moments ago. I'm sure he'll be looking to forge another partnership along with his captain. Almost getting run out there, found himself outside of the crease, the ball going through, and almost getting run out. The first tip, of course, just pegging at the stumps. And of course, almost seeing Christmas walking back to the pavilion. So he has to be careful here. He has to be more alert and more aware of what is happening on the field, especially behind him. So he's still lucky to be at the crease. Shortish. Back of a length rather. And Christmas is playing defensively. And they can score. So Charles is proving to be more than a handful so far. Has been bowling quite steady, consistently well. Quick single taken there. The leg spinner. And of course, with this, it's now 73 for the loss of 3 after 15 overs. Right, so we're back here at the Benjamin's Park, of course, to continue this match between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, playing back-to-back matches. Played yesterday against Grenada and won. And today, of course, looking for another victory against the home side. Dominica, meantime, will be looking for a W, looking for a win, of course, to improve their chances, I would say, of winning the tournament. But we'll have to wait and see what happens down there in Grand Bay at Geneva between St. Vincent, rather St. Lucia and Grenada. If the match plays and St. Lucia wins, then of course they automatically will win the tournament, given their current standings as far as points in the table, of course, and also looking at their net run rate, which is a healthy 1.68 at the moment at 7 points. Dominica has 7 points as well, but the net run rate is just about 0.5 runs. So a positive 0.5 runs, 5-2 runs. And of course, it's going to be a wide here. And it seems as if the batter appears to be Christmas. Was in some discomfort there, but it seems to be okay now. Douglas will continue from the southern end. Has not picked up a wicket yet, in search of his first. Meantime, St. Vincent, of course, will be looking to pick up a few more wickets here and continue to make more inroads into the top order. And the captain, of course, is pushing forward towards the offside, and they can score. 75 it is for the loss of 3. From here, the projected score is 247. So they are going at 4 runs or 4.9 runs and over. And of course, the projected score is 247 runs if they continue in that manner. Fontaine again getting a run towards the offside at cover point, just a few yards outside the circular, the restricted area. Of course, exploiting that space. This brings of Christmas into strike, the left-hander. So no slip is in place now. There's a fly slip in place, or what appears to be a short third man. As Douglas comes in for around the wicket. Christmas is bitten outside the off. So I'm just looking to play this one on the back foot, perhaps guide it down towards the third man region. But instead, the ball going past the outside edge, and they can score. So sort of a risky looking shot. Has to be careful. So perhaps was looking to take advantage of the fact that there is no slip in place. So just placing the ball on the bat there in that gap. Because there is a fine leg on the boundary. There is third man straightish on the boundary. There's backward point. There is a deep point. There's mid off. Extra cover. Mid on. Short mid wicket. And deep mid wicket. Of course, another quick single taken there. 77 it is now for the loss of 3. Of course, Dominica looking to add a few more runs to their aggregate and post a very strong total on the board. Going at 4.9 runs and over at this stage. Of course, the captain is still there. He's on 18 now. And he's on strike. Douglas, short and pulled in towards wideish long on, and they can only get a single. So good looking stroke, but can only get the value of 1 for it. And of course with this, it's the end of the over. After 16, it is 78 for the loss of 3. Of course, Charles, or Kevin Joseph rather, is into the attack for the first time from the northern end, and is coming from over the wicket to the right-hander. Back of a length, he tucks this one around the corner, and they will take a single. So just milking the bowling, of course. If we can't get the boundaries, they'll take the 1s and the 2s, and rightfully so, and keep the score ticking over. 1-1 fools the basket. Of course, the captain was looking to play a very responsible knock here, a captain's knock. He's on 20 now, and Christmas, the left-hander, is on 2. Bright sunshine here at the Benjamin Park as Charles, Jordan Charles, the captain, comes in between the umpire and the stumps and brings Christmas, or Kevin Joseph rather, the bowler, number 5. So Kevin Joseph is the bowler, just to rectify this. So from one spinner to the next. So, and of course this brings the captain into strike. Joseph. Good delivery there. The ball dropping, almost Yorker length delivery. But attempting the drive there. But didn't get hold of it. One slip in place. There's no third man. There's no fine leg. And he's pulling towards mid-wicket, forward of square. And the man on the boundary, of course, does some protection, and they can only get one. '81. It is for the loss of 3. Because there's a nice cool breeze blowing now across the grounds. And plenty of sunlight streaming down through the atmosphere. And again, another quick single taken there. Just tucking this one around the corner for 1. Milking the bowling and keeping the score ticking over. So already a partnership of 10 since the dismissal of Aiden Burton. So forging a new partnership there. And of course, much needed as well. Joseph. Again, the captain tucking this one around the corner towards backward square leg shot. Backward square leg, and they can't score. 82 for 3 after 17. LeBron Douglas continues his work, still in search of his first wicket. He's into his 3rd over now. Douglas, and this one is worked away through the gully area, or rather third man, on the back foot, just opening the face there and guiding this one down towards third man, and they'll pick up a single. Really picking up the length of that one there, and the line had enough room, of course, to play that shot, and appropriately exploiting that gap, keeping the score again ticking over. Because the captain is back on strike. He's on 21 now. That's Ersinho Fontaine. So Dominica just looking to post a strong total on the board. Just hard work. This one is short, tennis-like bounce, and the captain taking evasive action there at the last moment. And of course, the umpire not signaling, so no signal from the umpire or no warning given. Ball passed above the head of the batter. Douglas. And Fontaine is just driving down the ground. And the batter, of course, does very easily picking up a single. So long off is on the boundary. And just tucking the ball down the ground and allowing them a very easy run there. Of course, this brings the left-hander into strike. That's Christmas. Kellen Christmas. Christmas from around the wicket. Short again, drifting slightly down the leg side, it appears. And it's going to be wide as Oswald George does some exercise. 85 for 3. Perfect weather for play here at the Benjamin's Park. Douglas And again, outside the off stump, back of a length. Getting some bounce there. A bit of a tennis bounce. And the batter ignoring this one totally. Christmas. Down the leg side. And of course, no signal coming from the umpire. The batter. And of course, with this, it takes us to the end of the over. 85 for free to score. And it's the end of the 18th over. Remember, of course, Dominica won the toss and they decided to bat first. We're, of course, playing a 50 over match here. So, no reduction in overs as a result of bad weather or rainfall or unplayable conditions. And the off spinner is back into the attack, just cramping Fontaine. Of course, he was surprised by a bit of bounce and turn there from the off spinner. That is Kevin Joseph. Really very good delivery there. And surprising the batter. Let's see what he has up his sleeve now. At this time, outside the off stump, the ball not taking as much. It was just outside the off stump, but the ball not getting as much purchase. Because the ball before, it spun and bounced, but that last delivery there did not do as much. Our spinner and the batter, of course, is just working this one there down towards the goalie region, playing that old-fashioned dab, as it were, and of course getting the single. This brings Christmas into the attack, so now the ball is going to be going away from the left-hander. They have spin, taking that ball away, and there's a slip in place. But there's no one beyond that, so there's a vacant area from between first slip and backward point. Shortish, but very close to the batter, cramping him for room. And of course, just playing defensively. So he couldn't cut this one. He wasn't there for the cut shot, not enough room. And the length neither allowed it. Joseph. This time a little more room just outside the off stump. Looking to beat that fielder there at backward point, but can't beat him. The score is kept at 86 now for loss of 3 wickets. Run rate at 4.6, so a drop in the run rate. And good ball there, Yokel them digging this one out, opening the face. And of course the ball finding that little gap there as it trickles towards that area, allowing for the single. End of the over, and after 19, it is 87 for the loss of 3. Zach Thomas is into the attack now from around the wicket, a little off spinner. And straight away he has conceded a single. So we'll have to wait and see how he fares out here. To this right-left combination. Of course, this is his first appearance in the match so far, operating from the southern end. And he's bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Fontaine, who is on 23 now, looking to just push the score around or push it along, looking to drive there, but not really getting hold of this one. Perhaps the ball spun more than he expected, coming off the inside edge and passing through his legs, trickling just near the wicket, and of course nothing came out of it. Flighty delivery, and this time he's driving down the ground with the turn. Of course, long on is brought into play, and they'll get one. 89 it is now for the loss of 3. Still a very good day for cricket. Lovely weather, bright sunshine here, and a cool breeze bitten outside the off stump, the left-hander Christmas. A little bounce and turn there. And this one, he's on the back foot, and we'll get a single on the offside. They just continue to milk the bowling, and rightfully so. So it's now 90 for the loss of 3 after 20. Joseph continues his operations from the northern end. And Christmas comes stylishly forward, closing that gap there between bat and pad, ensuring that nothing goes through the gate. Of course, Christmas is just looking to forge a new partnership with his captain, Joseph. Back of a length, pull in, up in the air, chance of a catch. Who's going to take it? And the catch is taken. Oh, caught. The left-hander goes, Christmas. He goes for 8. And it's now 90 for the loss of 4 wickets. Dominica losing another scalp.
Away
On May 3rd, this entire space transforms
into music, into style, into a feeling you don't want to miss. Jazz and Creole, proudly presented by the government of Dominica. And it all happens right here. The artist performing on the main stage. From Jamaica, Taurus Riley, the Singy King, a voice that moves generations, and the Black Soil Band. Also from Jamaica, Dean Fraser. When the sax hits, everything slows down. From the USA, the Manhattans. Timeless souls, effortless, unforgettable. Dominica's Princess of Song, Mikel Henderson. A voice that commands every moment. Dominica's neo-soul queen, Lily Octave. Smooth, rich, and completely her own. Pure energy from Dominica. Swinging stars. When they start, you move. The pulse of the streets. From Dominica, rhythm knockers. Raw percussion, iron-strong energy. From Dominica, Fayel Landa. Honest sound, real connection. From Dominica, Janet Jackson. A voice that carries feeling, depth, and presence. And from Dominica, Khadija Joseph. New energy, a sound you'll feel. This is how we jazz up Creole in Dominica.
May 3rd, 2 p.m., Fort Shirley, Cabritz National Park.
Tickets, VIP $450. At fringe events, $175. General admission, $200. Ages 12 to 17, $75. And children under 12 enter for free. Get your tickets now at dominicafestivals.com and at select outlets in Roseau and Portsmouth. And when you're coming, come for an experience. In fact,
Make it a weekend. Come from Friday. There's lots of available accommodations in the north and plenty to do.
go whale watching, then slow it down, snorkel the reefs, then take it inland, drift through the Indian River, and chase a waterfall at Syndicate. Then go deeper, find your way to Paradise Valley, step into the chocolate factory, then shift the scene, Red Rocks, then back to the coast, Coconut Beach, Purple Turtle Beach, Bell Hall Beach, find a quiet spot, even a secret beach, ride a horse along the shore, eat well, take your time. That's Portsmouth. We'll see you at the Fort Shirley Cabrit National Park on May 3rd from 2 p.m. dressed in your Afro elegance attire.
All right, welcome back to the Benjamin Spark. Of course, continue the proceedings here between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica just having lost a wicket. Of course, Niam Davis is the replacement and already starting to look busy, as we saw in his last knock. Makes things look so much easier. Davis. And of course, his team will need him now, of course, to produce another good knock. He has joined his captain, Sino Fontaine, who is on 24. Of course, I just got word that the president of Dominica is here, giving support to the local side, the native hood side. And of course, on the back foot, Fontaine finding the gap there, just in front of point, towards cover point. And the batters will get a single. So the president is here, of course, at the Benjamin Spark. Joseph from over the wicket, and he's driving towards the wideish long on region, and that one is trickling into the fence, and it goes over the ropes now. So 4 more to the captain and 4 more to Dominica. 96 for 4 the score. Of course, the captain is looking to push things. I'm sure with the appearance of Davis, we might see an increase in the run rate, because Davis is a very busy batter. Of course, we have spinners on both ends now. And I'm sure Davis will be looking to form another partnership with his captain here. So this partnership is a crucial one. I should really try and build something substantial here in this partnership. Very bright, sunny day here. Plenty of sunlight. Perfect conditions for play. Short, and Fontaine is pulling towards mid-wicket. The batters are coming for the second, and they'll get 2. Was just pouncing on this one. It was short, and Fontaine was very quick on his feet and pulling this one away towards the mid-wicket area. Fontaine looking to push things around. In the meantime, Zach Thomas, shot closer to him. The stocking is around the corner. And wasn't quite prepared to play the push shot, but it was short enough, I believe. Perhaps it was just a bit closer to him. And just a tad shorter, further up to him, so to speak. The length perhaps was just a tad closer to him. This is good length. So that's a much better length now of the free deliveries bowled. And very much closer to the batter, not giving him much room to pull. So he could only play it back down the pitch. Zach Thomas off spin, just outside the off stump. The batter looking to cut the ball coming off the toe of the bat. And they will get a single on this occasion. Of course, there's no sleep in place. There's a backward point on about the 30-yard circle, so he had to cover some grounds there. So there's a man at short third man. So there's no fine leg. There's a man at backward square leg. Long off, long on, mid wicket, deep on the boundary. Short mid wicket. And the batter is beaten there, going through the keeper. Of course, appealing. Not sure what he was appealing for. Perhaps leg before, but it's a bye. And this brings, of course, the captain into strike. So the same field setting appears for both right-handers. There's a man sweeping down there, deep cover point. So there's long off, there's backward point. Wrapped on the pass there. Appeal for leg before, and of course, Oswald is not moved. So no, says the umpire. The 100 it up, of course, so it's 104, 100 for 4 rather. So it's 100 for 4. Of course, the president making a way closer to the pavilion, along with her husband. So, of course, the president and family, along with her bodyguards, making their way into the pavilion to give support, of course, to the local side and, of course, family members, I suspect, that are also part of the national team. So, just making our way now into the pavilion. And she'll be on the northern side of the porch of the Cricket Academy. Appeal for leg before there. And the finger goes up. Davis is out. Leg before. Joseph getting his man of the first ball. And, of course, of the 4th over. So Joseph getting 2 wickets in this match so far. Of course, the spinner doing the job for their team, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Davis, of course, did not last very long this time. Dominica suffering another casualty, losing their 5th wicket. So, of course, the side is in a bit of a bother now. And they really need, from here on, a few solid partnerships to really take their total to something that's respectable and competitive. And it's going to be Jonathan Joseph, the new, Joseph, the new batter and replacement for Nian Davis, who just got out their leg before to the bowling of Kevin Joseph. So the score now is 100 for the loss of 5 wickets. Interestingly. So Joshan Joseph. And he's the man on strike now. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, making a few more inroads. Joseph from over the wicket to the right-hander. And of course, keeping him quiet in defense on the back foot. And they can't score. So Joseph, of course, looking for a third wicket now. He's already picked up 2 wickets so far. Of course, a change in the field setting. The man on the boundary, sweeping, was asked to come in on about the 30-yard circle. So he's now at a short cover point. Joseph, and he's driving past first slip, and of course the batters are coming for the second, so 2 is the call, and they'll get it. Was the ball coming off the outside edge of the bat and going past first slip into the third man area, but that area was vacant, and it's still vacant, so no one has been placed there. There is a backward point, first slip. And this one is tucked towards the onside for a single. The score moves to 103 now for 5. So the spinners are really putting some pressure on the home side at the moment. Joseph, well flighted delivery. Of course, the captain just pushing forward down the ground to pick up another single. 104 for 5 the score after 23 overs. And of course, the spinners continue to do a very good job here. Zach Thomas has not picked up any wickets yet, but he has kept it quite tidy. Good length ball on about the off stump, middle and off. Cramping, of course, the batter for room, so he just wasn't able to cut. No drive. Good ball, but this time a little more room outside the off stump, and the batter will take the single. Sorry. Zach Thomas in search of his first wicket, conceding only 7 runs so far in his spell. Of course, a little change in the field setting has been made now. The sweeper is being shortened and pulled towards the 30-yard circle, and long on also is being pulled closer to the playing area on about the 30-yard circle. Good length ball, good line, and of course the batter was drawn forward in defense and can't score. Because there's still a man on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Good ball, just a little bit of a spin there coming back into the right-hander. And I think there was a little bit of more bounce than he expected as well, creating an element of surprise there, making him a little bit uncomfortable. Thomas, and again, good delivery on target, challenging the technique of the right-hander, that is Joseph. And it's now 105 for 5 after 24 overs. Joseph continues his operations from the north end. Has picked up 2 wickets already in his 4 overs bowled so far. He's into his 5th over now. Of course, in this match, he will be allowed to bowl 10 overs, seeing that you're playing a 50-over match. Looking to carve this one there through the offside behind point, but not making contact. Still one slip in place. There's a backward square leg near the umpire. There's point. There's deep cover point. A man sweeping on the boundary along there. And again, his favorite shot down towards the boundary for 4. Typical shot of Fontaine. A sort of slug sweep. And there's no man in that area. And of course, taking advantage of that. So the score moves up to 109 now for the loss of 5. Fontaine, of course, moves to 34. So the captain playing the captain's knock at the moment. Joseph. Let's see what he has up his sleeve this time as a comeback delivery. Let's see if he can come back from that boundary. Short, and it's pulled again, but there's protection down there in the deep on the onside. And we'll get a single. So, of course, missing his length and line again. This time pulling in front of square. And we'll only get a single on this occasion. Of course, this brings the other right-hander into strike, Joseph. Flighted delivery and ignores this one. So good flight, good length, good line, of course. And the batter has nothing to do with it. Just looking to play a responsible knock here. Doesn't want to give it away by playing anything rash. As Joseph, and this time beaten outside the off stump. Well flighted delivery. So beaten in flight there outside the off stump. Joseph, of course, has picked up 2 wickets already. And is looking to add to his tally of wickets. And this one just cramping the batter for room. And of course, that takes us to the end of the over. After 25, it is 110 for the loss of 5. 110 for the loss of 5. And there's an appeal for leg before, and the finger goes up. Unfortunate for the home side, losing their captain on 35. Leg before to Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas picking up his first wicket there. And, of course, Dominica suffering another casualty. The 6th wicket going down. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines are celebrating. 112 now for the loss of 6. Of course, losing their captain, Fontaine, for 35 or 50 deliveries. Unfortunate there. He was going well and really keeping the innings together and playing a captain's knock. And unfortunate for him, he was dismissed by Zach Thomas, leg before. And of course, Kenneth Valmore is the new batter, his replacement. And he's off the mark. $114. It is now for the loss of 6. We are into the 26th over. The run rate, of course, just dropping slightly there. So it's now 4.4 runs on over. Our spinner just looking to add to his tally of wickets. Spinner Zach Thomas. So spin on both sides, and the spinners have been doing the job for their captain, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They continue to take the wickets. Joker length delivery there. Just choking the batter there for room. First, Joseph is on 6. And of course, it's the end of the over. After 26, it's 115 for the loss of 6 wickets. Of course, Dominica in a bit of a bother now, having lost a few wickets there in recent overs. Joseph is on strike now. And Kevin Joseph will continue his work and bring in the other Joseph forward. Of course, showing some technical prowess there with the bat. But he's required, of course, to forge an important partnership now. To bounce and turn there. Just surprising the batter somewhat. Don't think he expected that. That level of bounce and turn. A little surprise element there. Of course, Kevin Joseph, the off spinner. And sweeping with the turn around the corner towards the defined leg area. And 2 was the call, and they get it. A little drizzle towards the east, northeast. And the south, of course, we can see the rain, of course, in the mountain tops. Hopefully it doesn't get down to the Benjamin Spark and interrupt play. Joseph, the batter is drawn forward there, really challenging the technique of Joseph. So testing period now for the batting lineup, and especially this pair, as we have spin on both sides, and both spinners are bowling quite well. Flighty delivery and picking that gap there between cover and extra cover. So there is a mid-off and mid-on in place. Deep mid-wicket. The batter driving, and that could be a catch put down there by the bowler. Cotton Bull chance. Driving hard, and the bowler wasn't able to hang on to this one there. So Dominica, of course, getting a chance there. That's precisely Joseph. And with this, it's the end of the over. So it's now 118 for the loss of 6 after 27 overs. Of course, the ground staff is already near the covers on the southern side, just in case the rain encroaches here. Of course, we are seeing rain in that traditional spot in the mountain top, an area that we call Tuma Wayland. That's a Creole term. So whenever we see that area with rains, it's like an indicator to what's going to happen here at the Benjamin's Park. So very likely the rains will come down on the playing area. So the players of yesteryear used that phenomenon as a guide to predict what's going to happen as far as rainfall here. Dominica is in a bit of a border now here at the Benjamin's Park against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not a good delivery, good length, good line there. The batter can't score. Zach Thomas continues his work. He has picked up his first. He's into his fifth over now. Good line, good length, and again asking questions of the batter. He can't score. 118 it is now for the loss of 6 wickets. We are into the 20th over for Thomas. And they wrapped on the pads for the appeal for leg before. And of course, umpire Oswald George not responding to this appeal. So, of course, with this, it's the end of the over, and it's now 118 for the loss of 6 after 28. So there is currently a drizzle on the ground. Not anything that would literally stop play. Hopefully it can cease or die out and play can continue as usual. But they are currently playing beneath a slight drizzle, and hopefully it does not intensify and interrupt, of course, play. Down the leg side, appeal for a cut behind, and a signal wide. So the keeper, of course, was adamant, appealing for a cut behind. It must have brushed something on his way past. Perhaps the shirt, perhaps the thigh pad. And usually that occurs. It happens so quickly that sometimes the keeper can tend to believe that there is bat on ball. Flighted delivery, and the batter is driving down the ground towards long on mid-on rather, and they'll get a single. So well flighted delivery, well up, and you're just tucking this one down the ground, bringing, of course, mid-on into play. Now it's Joseph on strike. He's on 9 now. Nice little partnership of 10 already. Back of a length. And this forces the batter on the back foot, just cramping him for a little bit of room. Wasn't able to cut and had to play with a perpendicular bat in front of him. And again, asking questions of Joseph, drawing him forward on the front foot. That's Kevin Joseph. Has 2 wickets already. Bongs, back of a lane for the batter is tucking this one around the corner and we'll get one. So just milking the bowling at this time, at this stage. Can't really get the boundaries as a result of fantastic bowling from both spinners. Of course, the current run rate going down to 4.2 now, runs and over. And hitting hard over mid-on for 4. 1 bounce over the fence. Majestic shot there, playing with a big bat. Much needed boundary there by Valmore, Kenneth Valmore. Valmore seems to have a big bat, seems to be powerful when it comes to his stroke play. When he hits it, the ball stays hit. So that is the sort of innings. He's already showing signs of that. So didn't play yesterday, Kenneth Valmore, but he's into the squad now. Kevin Joseph rather. Just waits at the top of his mark to deliver to Valmo, who just picked up that boundary. And he's drawn forward. And just presenting the full face in defense there. End of the over. And it's 125 now for the loss of 6. Of course, you are watching the 2026 WINLOTT Windward Islands Super 50 tournament, sponsored by Super 6. Of course, the host country being the nature isle of Dominica. And we are currently in the north of the island at the Benjamin's Park. Of course, present is the president, Sylvanie Burton, and the husband, Mr. Burton. Of course, Excellency Sylvanie Burton. And this time pushing back to the bowler. And they can score. Of course, Joseph is looking to push things now. Doesn't have the highest of strike rate, 12 of 29. But he really should try and bat out the innings and score some runs. Drive splendidly to the shot there towards the onside. Brings mid-on into play, and they can only get one. So, of course, both Joseph and Valmo should look to forge another good partnership here and try and, push the score and help Dominica post at least something, a total that they can work with. 120 it is now for 6. And they are now beginning to flow somewhat, milking the bowling and scoring a bit faster. They are already on 18 of 27 in this partnership, 19 rather, as a result of this last single. In the meantime, Zach Thomas will continue looking for more wickets, this time coming forward and getting the inside edge towards short fine leg, misfield, and of course a single. So if they can consolidate an innings here, this partnership in particular, perhaps they could get up to the 180, 190 mark. That might just be enough. Pull short towards mid wicket. Will he cut it off? Yes, he does. Good fielding in the deep there. And 2 more to the total. 133 now for 6. The score. Of course, a partnership now of 23 between the two. Joseph moves to 14. And Valmo, of course, is on 8. End of the over. And, of course, is 133 for the loss of 6. Of course, the weather is a bit better now. So we are not seeing the rain. The mountains have cleared, especially those in the immediate view, just surrounding the grounds in the background. And that famous area that is usually used as an indicator for rainfall is a bit hazy still, but not as white with rain. And we are beginning to see white clouds in that area up in the sky. And sun is streaming down right now. Sunshine is streaming down onto the grounds. And of course, we are also experiencing the cool breeze coming from the northeast. It's a little windy here today. So air is moving here as well and keeping things cool. Lovely atmosphere here. Park is very occupied now. We are seeing on the other side of the ground players practicing football, the youngsters. It's a very big field, Benjamin's Park, and very good delivery there by the spinner. That's Jordan Charles, the leg spinner. Has picked up the 1 wicket already. He's into his third over, back of the arm, good length. Well negotiated there by the batter on the back foot, but can't beat the fielders nearby. So it's a very big park. That is the Benjamin's Park. So flighty delivery in the air, but in the gap, and they'll get one. Was inducing a false stroke there, but found the gap. Lucky for him, didn't find a man or any man in that area. Back of the arm, good length, and playing this one with the turn outside the off stump, but can't beat the man in the gully. Back of the arm again, in the air, caught and bowled, caught by the bowler himself. Pushing this one, and of course Valmore finding the hands of Jordan Charles, the bowler himself, to pick up his second wicket, and now it's 134 for the loss of 7. Dominica finding themselves in some more trouble. Dylan John is the replacement. And of course he'll be joining Joshawn Joseph. Slowly making his way to the crease. And Dominica, of course, losing another scalp here and is in some trouble now because they're on the verge of getting bowled out here. Only batting 31 overs so far. It's a 50-over match. Plenty of deliveries left to face. But losing 7 wickets already. And it's going to be Dugan to continue on the southern end. He has bowled 3 overs already. He has not picked up any wicket. Conceded 15 runs so far in the match. So he's still in search of first. And he's coming in from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. And it appears that he'll be bowling from over the wicket. Because no slip is in place. There's a deep third man. Backward point, backward square leg, short mid wicket, mid on. Of course, mid off. There's no one on the fence, deep at mid wicket. So there's plenty of space there. Of course, there's no man between what appears to be extra cover and point. So there's mid off, extra cover. Point, so there's a huge gap there. So which means the bowler has to be careful what lines that he delivers. And of course, beating that man at point. And the ball is running to the boundary, but it will not get there. Not enough legs on it. And the batters will get 2. So just beating the man there in the pointish area. Coming back and cutting. Was enough room on that delivery. That's what I was referring to. So you have to be careful what lines that he bowls if he's going to bowl to this field setting. So he has to keep it, try and cramp the batter for room, prevent him from cutting. In the air, straight to point, and he's caught. Shortish delivery. The batter attempting the cut shot there and finding the hands of the fielder, posted a point. So he goes for 17. And Dominica suffering yet another casualty. Now it's 136 for the loss of 8. Joshan is the man, of course, who just got caught there at point. And you could see the disappointment in him based by his body language. It was a short ball, and he could have placed that anywhere, but instead finding the hands of the man at point. So he should be disappointed. Plenty of room there, plenty of gaps, both to the right and to the left of point. So just a little bit of angling and dexterity, of course, he could have found the gap to the right or the left of the fielder at point, and instead finding the hand of the man there. So he, the reasons to see why he's so disappointed. And this one is guided towards backward point area, and they'll come back for two. And looking for the third as a result of fumbling there. Unfortunate there. 139 now for 8. Of course, Dylan John is the man. But rather, Vince Darrow is going to be Dylan John now to receive. Dominica is on the verge of getting bowled out here by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, DeAndre Dugan picking up his first wicket. Continues and straight away challenging, of course, John, who didn't look too comfortable with that particular delivery. The ball must have kept a tad low as well. So perhaps he expected some more bounce on that last delivery. So it was a bit close as well. Maybe he was thinking of the cut shot there. But he has to be watchful. Dugan into his fourth over, the last ball of the over. Shortish, and he cuts, but straight to point again. And really should be looking to pick that gap to the right of point, or just playing a little later. So just a little adjustment that he needed to make in order to get that gap. Just play a little later behind the bat. There's plenty of room there between point and third man. And so that's the sort of adjustment that he should be making. End of the over. And after 32, it's 139 for the loss of 8 wickets. First, Jordan Charles. It's back into the attack. Has 2 wickets already in the 3 overs that he has bowled so far. Conceded only 15 runs. He has been a menace, of course, to the batters. Just making some adjustment to the field setting. A man is being placed in the cover region. And of course, shot mid wicket has been drawn closer to the pitch. So there's mid on, mid off, extra cover, point. Of course, going past the bat of Vince Darrow, who is one of the bowlers of the home side. Darrow is on free. Charles and Darrow watches this one very circumspect, and they can't score. So Darrow, of course, is very watchful there. Flighted delivery, and this time just pushes this one towards the onside, closing the face slightly. And they can score. Charles, back of the arm. Shortish, and he cuts to the right of the fielder there at cover point. And they will get a single. So Vince Darrow, of course, moves to 4. 140 now for the loss of 8 wickets. Still a wonderful day for cricket here at the Benjamin Park. Lovely atmosphere. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, are having a good day in the field so far, having picked up 8 wickets already of the home side. Meantime, Charles will continue. And it seems as if he might be going around the wicket or between the umpire on the stumps. You'll have to wait and see. And moving short mid wicket towards the offside. So leaving mid on and a deep mid wicket. So only 2 men, it seems, are on the onside now. Flighted delivery, over flighted, going through the keeper. And this allows for the batters to take 1. Of course, this brings Darwin to strike. So most of the fielders are on the offside. 8 men are on the offside. 8 fielders are on the offside. Of course, it's the end of the over. And after 33, it's 141 for the loss of 8. DeAndre Dugan continues. Back of a length. Plays on the back foot there. And of course, there was an attempt to take a run, but seems as if Finsdale wasn't prepared to take that run. So the communication wasn't the best there between the batters. But they have to be more decisive than this. Otherwise, one of the batters will get run out. So they have to decide quickly what they are going to do. Are they going to chance it and take the quick singles? Or are they going to just play it very safely? Dugan from the short net. Good length ball on about the off stump. And the batters scamper through for 1. So this time making the decision and taking a quick single. So much better than the previous play. Score moves up by 1. 142 now for 8. Of course, Vince Darrow is on strike now. More known for his bowling ability. Vince Darrow. Dugan down the leg side. And it's going to be wide. Dugan from the short net. And it's bowled. So Vince Darrow has been castled by DeAndre Dugan. Of course, Dominica losing their 9th wicket. So 143 for 9. And Vince goes for 4. So Vince Darrow, of course, having a short stay at the crease. Dominica, of course, on the verge of getting bowled out here. DeAndre Dugan getting his 2nd wicket to dismiss Vince Darrow, of course. And the new batter in is Elon Pascal. So Pascal, the replacement, was the man who was brought into the side for this match. Meantime, down there in Granby at Geneva, the match was abandoned as a result of inclement weather. So that match between Grenada and St. Lucia was abandoned as a result of inclement weather and unplayable conditions. So no games down there in Grand Bay as a result of the rains. And here, the final wicket, of course, in Elton Pascal has just made his appearance to the crease, and Dugan will continue his operations to him. In the air, driving, chance of a catch there. The man settles under it, and the catch is taken. All out, Dominica, 143. Going for the drive, throwing the kitchen sink at this one there, not really getting the leverage, and finding the mid-off just outside the circle. And of course, Dominica was bowled out for 143 in 33.3 overs. And of course, we'll have to wait and see how St. Vincent and the Grenadines respond to this total. So that's the situation here. Dominica at the end of Dominica's innings, 143, which means St. Vincent and the Grenadines will need 144 for victory here at the Benjamin Park. Of course, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we will bring you the rest of the action. Stay tuned, don't go away. Of course, it's lunch. So I believe that the umpires will take lunch now. And after lunch, we'll come back in about 35 minutes or so to bring you, of course, the second half of this encounter between the home side Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stay with us.
Welcome to Portsmouth, the home of jazz and Creole.
This is where everything starts to build. And just a few minutes away,
On May 3rd, this entire space transforms
into music, into style, into a feeling you don't want to miss. Jazz and Creole, proudly presented by the government of Dominica. And it all happens right here. The artists performing on the main stage. From Jamaica, Taurus Riley, the Singy King, a voice that moves generations, and the Black Soil Band. Also from Jamaica, Dean Fraser. When the sax hits, everything slows down. From the USA, the Manhattans, timeless souls, effortless, unforgettable. Dominica's Princess of Song, Mikkel Henderson, a voice that commands every moment. Dominica's neo-soul queen, Lily Octave, smooth, rich, and completely her own. Pure energy from Dominica, swinging stars. When they start, you move. The pulse of the streets. From Dominica, rhythm knockers, raw percussion, iron-strong energy. From Dominica, Fael Landa, honest sound, real connection. From Dominica, Janet Jackson, a voice that carries feeling, depth, and presence. And from Dominica, Khadija Joseph, new energy, a sound you'll feel. This is how we jazz up Creole in Dominica.
May 3rd, 2 p.m., Fort Shirley, Cabritz National Park.
Tickets, VIP $450. At fringe events, $175. General admission, $200. Ages 12 to 17, $75. And children under 12 enter for free. Get your tickets now at dominicafestivals.com and at select outlets in Roseau and Portsmouth. And when you're coming, come for an experience. In fact,
Make it a weekend. Come from Friday. There's lots of available accommodations in the north and plenty to do.
go whale watching, then slow it down. Snorkel the reefs, then take it inland. Drift through the Indian River and chase a waterfall at Syndicate. Then go deeper. Find your way to Paradise Valley. Step into the chocolate factory. Then shift the scene. Red Rocks. Then back to the coast. Coconut Beach, Purple Turtle Beach, Bell Hall Beach. Find a quiet spot, even a secret beach. Ride a horse along the shore. Eat well. Take your time. That's Portsmouth. We'll see you at the Fort Shirley Cabrit National Park on May 3rd from 2 p.m. Dressed in your Afro elegance attire.
Hi, my name is Kenroy Peters. I'm the head coach for the Windwards Volcanoes. I think the Under-19 tournament that we have going on in the Windward Islands is very good for our young cricketers. It's also part of our academy, where we have a lot of young talented cricketers coming up. And this area allows our young talent to display their skills, to also move on to play for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. One of the importance of this tournament is to bring players together where they can form camaraderie, and also they can express their skills, and also give the selectors an opportunity to see the future international cricketers. So I'm hoping that the players at this moment who are playing in the tournament can go out there and express themselves and help to further develop and enhance our cricket in the Windward Islands.
I think it is important, to discover young talent. So that is one of the places I got discovered. So I highly recommend that we continue tournaments so that we could discover young talent. It helps build you mentally as well. It helps prepare you for the level above, and it gives you game practice. So yeah, I highly recommend.
I believe it basically bridges the gap between the youth level and the youth level. It basically is a stage where you could spot young talent and basically aids them in various ways, mentally, physically. It's a stage where youngsters could also learn about their failures, learn about the game, and how much they could develop and how much they could learn from the sport. And it's also something that that could aid them in a lot of ways. So it's all about them wanting to develop the game and knowing what they want from the sport.
My name is Shin Chillingford. I'm a Windward Island player. I'm now the assistant coach of the Windwards Volcano team. The task has been put on me to advise the youngsters out there who are from the Under-19 coming up playing the cricket. I basically have 3 main points I want to cover that I would want to share with the youngsters. And number 1 is to build solid basics rather than chasing flair. What I mean by that is, the game has been evolving. As we speak, every year there's more and more cricket playing, and most times youngsters, focus on flair and style and how they want to play certain shots or whatever, and forget about their basics and this, in terms of their technique and their grip and all those things. And what ends up happening is, the more these players play cricket, they go to higher levels, and you're gonna have smarter cricketers who're gonna work them out, and so they come to a crash, right? And then they want to go back and work on basics and their grip and their batting stance and bowling grip of that. So pretty much to do it the right way first rather than to go back and do it in reverse. So build that solid basics, and then you can go after the flair. Secondly, I would advise youngsters to train your mind skills, your mindset, as much as you train your skills. Cricket is not just a skills only. Even more so the skills is part of it, but more so the mental part of it is what I want you guys to focus on. When you play sports, you're gonna fail more often than not, right? Obviously you don't want to fail, but it's gonna happen. It's a part of the game, it's a part of life. But what you want is, when those moments happen, you're gonna handle failures better. You train how to be composed, you train how to manage yourself among people, among pressure situations, which is gonna help you to build back and to reset faster, right? And so you can get back into the right things that you want to do. And last but not least, I advise you guys to prioritize discipline and fitness. A lot of times we know that's what we have to do, but I don't think it's a priority. So what I mean by that is, build yourself proper habits, right? Put yourself in the right circles, in the right minds, in the right people. Surround yourself around the right people. In terms of nutrition, the discipline, a lot of times we want so much from our bodies, but we're not putting it in the right food. So if you can start at that age, when you get there, it becomes easier. So put in the right foods, recover properly, train properly, make sure your training is specific and not just general. And I believe once you cover those bases, the ball is in your court.
Hi, this is Sunil Lambris. I want to encourage you guys to stay focused, train hard and smart. Don't forget your education, and most importantly, put God first. Big up.
Hi guys, my name is Kenneth Demba, and the best advice that I can give you guys is to respect your parents at all times, take your cricket seriously, be coachable, And this is a perfect opportunity for you guys to change not only your life financially, but your family's life. So again, respect your parents at all times. Thank you.
It has been a massive stepping stone in my career. That tournament has really prepared me to be the player that I am today. I went through a lot of ups and downs in that tournament, being the youngest player or one of the youngest players to play it, and then being dropped, it prepares you for professional cricket where you may be on top in one moment and then everything could be crashing down in the next. So I feel it really prepared me and made me stronger mentally. So for that, I'm very grateful to be a part of that tournament, and it has been a massive part of my career.
The Under-19 tournament have played a key role in my career, and I'm very thankful for it right now and going to the next level.
Aki Mugis. I believe the Under-19 tournament has given all the Windward Islands an opportunity to transition into senior cricket and also regional cricket. I think it's given the guys an opportunity to showcase their talents and also just express themselves on a Windward Island basis.
We just want to say thank you to WINLOTT for their continued sponsorship over the years, and we hope that the next generation will be secured with your continued sponsorship. On behalf of those who would have played, those that are currently playing, we'd just like to say thank you for the help and support that you have given over the years, and we hope that we can have some more international cricketers coming from these tournaments. Once again, we thank you.
Right, welcome back to the Benjamin Spark. Of course, just want to apologize for that delay in the commentary. The situation is such that Dominica has produced 143 runs all out in their 33 overs, thereabout, 33.1 overs. And so now Vincent and Vincent and the Grenadines has to get 144 for victory. And currently 5 without loss. Of course, Phillips, Damali Phillips, and Thomas, Zach Thomas, one of the spinners, is doing the opening for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Phillips on 4 and Zach Thomas on 1. Of course, Thomas is on strike now. And so Dominica will be looking, of course, to bowl them for under that score. It's not a very big total. But Dominica has to bowl very well, feel very well, in order for them to restrict St. Vincent and the Grenadines for below 143 in order to win this match. And if Dominica wins this match, they automatically will win the tournament, because they are now sitting in second place on 7 points. Of course, that match between St. Lucia and Grenada down there in Grand Bay at Geneva was abandoned, and they are currently on 8 points with a net run rate of 1.68. So which means that if Dominica wins this match here today against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they will move up, of course, to 9 points and automatically win the tournament, defend, of course, their title. But if they lose here today, it will be St. Lucia who will win the tournament. All right, so that's the situation. It's a must-win match for Dominica. So Dominica has to take early wickets, keep taking wickets, and feel very well as well. So they must be very sharp and keen in the outfield. The bowlers, of course, must be very accurate. Of course, the captain must make key changes at the right time, read the game much better, and play good all-round cricket out in the field. And that would lead towards a victory. St. Vincent, in the meantime, will be looking to, of course, pull out the W and move up the points table. They are currently on 4 points, so if they win this match, and it might be a catch, appeal for Yanis out caught. St. Vincent losing their first wicket as a result of very good bowling there by the captain, it appears, Fontaine, and making the early necessary breakthrough. And they must continue in this vein, of course, of taking wickets if they are to win this match. It's a must-win situation, and early breakthroughs always is a good thing, and to put early pressure on the opposition. So the captain, of course, leading from the front, and taking the first scalp. 6-for-1 the score. And Phillips, Damali Phillips, is the man who was dismissed there. He goes for 4. And of course, you could hear the fans there, especially on the southern end of the ground in that stand towards the highway, right between the trees. Really giving support to the local side, the home side, that is Dominica. And many more have trickled in to the grounds, even towards the east. There are a number of folks there just enjoying the shade of the coconut trees as well, towards the east, near the pavilion. And Fontaine is on target with this one. Of course, I'm sure this wicket must have raised the energy of the field side, that is Dominica. And I'm sure they'll be looking to make some more inroads and put some more pressure on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Fontaine, down the leg side, he strays. And of course, a signal wide. So, one more to the scorecard as a result of this wide. Lovely sunshine here this afternoon at the Benjamin Park. Dominica is in search of another 9 wickets. Meantime, St. Vincent and the Grenadines need another 137 to win of 283 deliveries. So plenty of balls, another wide. So plenty of deliveries left there in order to get that 143. So they could, of course, just play regular cricket, take their time, as it were. Meantime, Dominica would necessarily need to take wickets at regular intervals in order to give themselves a chance of winning this match. End of the over. And after 3, it is 8 for 1. So 8 for 1 the score after 3 overs. Dylan John. Is into his second over now. Did not concede many runs, only one. Went for 1 run in his first over from over the wicket. And he's on target right away. Very nagging line and length. Because they can keep it on the stumps more times than not. Because Dylan John in his last match bowled 10 overs straight, conceded only 18 runs and picked up 1 wicket. Or rather, picked up 4 wickets actually the last time he bowled. He picked up 4 wickets, just giving a little bit of statistics there about Dylan John. He bowled 8 overs, conceded 27 runs and picked up 4 wickets. That was in his last performance against Grenada. So he's a man who has a knack for picking up wickets. And of course the captain is depending on him here now. This time on about the leg stump, the batter just drives under his eyes and finding Vince Daru at mid-on. Can't score. 8 for 1 the score. Dylan John. Looking to make some more inroads. Well up delivery and the batter drives backward point, opening the face slightly. And it's a chance of a run out, appeal for a run out. And of course the umpire is unmoved. The players were adamant in the appeal. And they are convinced by, you could see their body language is actually showing that they were very convinced that the man was run out. And of course, there is a consultation now going on between the umpire, the standing umpire, Fitzgerald, and Oswald George, because the players are very convinced that the batter did not cross the return crease on time. And Oswald George, of course, seems to be claiming that he didn't see, was unsighted there perhaps by one of the players and wasn't able to view clearly what transpired there. But the players were quite convinced that they had their man by the run-out route. But the umpire claimed that he wasn't able to get a good view of that one. Again, just pushing towards Daru at mid-on and they can't score. So Oswald George not giving it out because he claims that he wasn't able to see what transpired there. John from the nod length. Back of a length and the batter is drawn into defense and they can score. So interesting over there. 2 of the over, and after 4, it is 10 for 1. Of course, Dominica will be looking for every opportunity to get wickets. They'll be trying everything in the book, of course, to dismiss St. Vincent. They are quite aware that their total is not a very big one, and they will need to take wickets regularly in order to give themselves a chance. And you are seeing that urgency in the field. They know what is at stake. That's a must-win match if they are to defend their title. And they are really putting some pressure on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The captain, meantime, continue. He has the first wicket. And that's Ursun Fontaine, operating from the southern end. Fontaine from around the wicket. And the left-hander is playing defensively towards the point area, and they can't score. So, interesting there for Dominica. 10 for 1 to score. Bob is on strike, Bob Jr. that is. Not yet off the mark. Another good delivery, good line, good length. Asking questions of the batter and making him play, importantly. So, putting some tidy lines and lengths. And landing the ball in the right areas, in the zone of doubt, and asking lots of questions of the batter. And this one drifts down the leg side, and it's an extra in wide for St. Vincent. Lovely sunshine here at the Benjamin Park. Fontaine, back of a length, and the batter is guiding this one towards the gully, and they can't score. It's really a beautiful afternoon here. Very sunny here. Nice bright atmosphere, clear visibility. And Dominica is doing battle in a must-win match in order to defend their title. Back of a length, and the batters attempting the quick single. Of course, the fielder pegging at the stumps. That's Davis, but the batters, of course, making it safely home. Was missing on that occasion there, perhaps by a foot and a half to 2. But good effort nonetheless by Davis. And it's Zach Thomas, who's on 4. Who's on strike now. Fontaine from the southern end. Back of a length outside the off stump. And the batter ignores it. 12 for 1 to score. Dylan John continues from the northern end. Because has not picked up any wickets yet. Is into his 3rd over now. But he has a knack for picking up crucial wickets. He has been entrusted, of course, with the new ball. Of course, in his last outing, picked up 4 for 27 in 8 overs. And today, of course, his captain is relying on him for some wickets. John. Low full toss, but the batter isn't able to get it away. That's Bob Jr., the man on strike. And we're seeing lots of fans here Crowd has certainly increased here at the Benjamin's Park. John, low full toss, and the batter is driving and finds Vince Darrow at mid-off and can't score. John, a bowler who knows how to toil and also has a knack for picking up wickets. Very disciplined bowler. John, a good line and length in the air, but falling short in the silly area, silly mid-off area. Or perhaps closer to extra cover instead of the sillies. John again from over the wicket to the left-hander. And again just pushing down the track towards Vince at mid-off, and he can't score. John is asking questions. Doesn't give him any width, any room. Doesn't give him the length to drive in any way. Just landing the balls in the right areas, the zone of doubt. Another good ball in the air and over mid-on. Joseph is the man doing the fielding, and they'll get two. So a very lucky individual. Just clearing the head of Joseph at mid-on. Miscuing there, but quite getting the contact and timing on that shot. But John will continue his operations. Last ball of the over. Short, and it's pulled in. There's a man there, and it goes over his head for 6. So the ball travels all the way over the fence, over fine leg for half a dozen. Short ball, and the batter getting under it and helping it away all the way to the fence for a maximum 20 now for the loss of 1. Of course, Zach Thomas, that's the man. Meantime, Fontaine, of course, will continue his work from the southern end. There's a drizzle, and at the same time, there's sunshine. Interesting phenomenon. Of course, the mountain has some rainfall at the moment. You see the white on the mountain indicating rainfall. And at the same time, there's lots of sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. Hopefully, the rain doesn't encroach and interrupt game in any way. Fontaine. Good ball. The batter playing under his eyes towards mid-on, and he can score. Fontaine picked up the 1 wicket already. He's into his 4th. Good length ball, and the batter is circumspect, just pushing towards the covers, and 2 is the call, and they'll get it. Davis, of course, is the man kept busy down there, having to run backwards towards the fence from his position, finding the gap there. Importantly, keeping the score ticking over. 22 now it is for the loss of 1. Of course, this brings Zach Thomas into strike. The right-hander, or the other right-hander, back of a length and pushing again towards that gap, and they will get another single. Perhaps they need to tighten up that area in the field setting, close that scoring area for the batters. Just a little push, and they are capitalizing, taking a quick run. So perhaps they need to discourage that by placing the man nearer, just to create some doubt in the mind of the batter And again, just pushing and getting the single. So they're really making it look very easy now, St. Vincent. The manner in which they're going about taking the singles. Just a little push, and they are off. So I suspect that's something perhaps that they have planned between themselves to take the quick single and put pressure on the field inside. Fontaine. And good delivery there. Went up, almost a Yorker length delivery. 24. It is for 1 after 7. John continues from the north net. And Bob Jr. is the man on strike again, defensively, just pushing towards the offside and can't score. Because this player is very watchful. Because St. Vincent knows that the total is not a very big one. And so they are not looking to do anything rash at the moment, just play regular, normal cricket. There's plenty of deliveries left, and I think they are quite aware of that and just trying to play according to this situation. Dominica, meantime, is looking to, of course, pick up some more wickets and put pressure on St. Vincent. John. Good length ball in the air, driven towards the onside. And Joseph gives chase, the ball landing several yards inside the boundary towards wideish lawn. And they'll get a couple. And only one was taken on that occasion. So the ball lingered in the air. Really appeared as if it would have gone further. But had more altitude than leverage. Lucky for him, there was no man in that area. John, back of a length, wrapped in the pass there. Appeal for leg before, and it's given. Dominica taking their second wicket. Dylan John is the man with his first in his 4th over. And Fitzgerald, of course, raising that dreaded finger to dismiss Zach Thomas, who goes for 7, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are now 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. So the second wicket goes for St. Vincent, and of course the happier team at this stage should be the home side, Dominica, having picked up 2 early wickets, and we are currently in the 8th over, and I'm sure they'll be looking to continue in this vein. Pick up wickets at regular intervals, and that's the only way that they are going to maintain the pressure on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Regular uptake of wickets, regular uprooting of batters in order to give themselves a chance of winning this match. So seems as if things are going according to plan for the home side as far as taking wickets. John, one of the bowlers with a golden arm, took 4 wickets in his last outing. 4 for 27. Dylan John in his 8th over spell. And today, of course, starting on a good note, taking his first in his 4th over and conceding only 12 runs so far. The new batter is Jordan Charles, the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And he's on strike now, left-handed batter. John. And he's bitten, caught behind it is. It appears a catch, of course. And he goes, first ball. So he has taken a golden duck. And watch the Dominican players celebrate. They are all the way towards the boundary. And they have run towards the fans, of course, on the highway side. So if you are not seeing them on screen now, it's because they have run towards the crowd, their supporters, and they are making their way back, of course, towards the middle. They are not off the field, by the way, but you could see them celebrating as they ran towards the supporters, towards the fence, and something that we haven't seen. That's just to show the joy, of course, that they experienced there on getting this wicket, this vital wicket. So it's 25 now for free. And of course, Jordan, the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, has gone for a golden duck. First ball, duck. That's what a golden duck is. So he has taken a golden duck. And Dominica, of course, has started on a very good note here. It's a must-win situation for Dominica in order for them to retain their title in this 2026 WINLOTT Under 19 Super 50 tournament. Was sponsored by Super 6. So in order for them to retain their title, they must win this match here this afternoon against St. Vincent. John, in search of his third, picked up 2 wickets already. John, and well bowled on target. Good line, good length. The ball landed in the right area, the zone of doubt, and asking questions of the batter, that is Bob Jr., or rather Adams. It appears to be Jawin Adams. And of course, it's the end of the over. So after 8, it is 25 for the loss of 3. Dominica, of course, in the driver's seat right now at this stage of the match. And so that's the only way, of course, that they're going to win this match. They need to take wickets regularly in order to come out on top here and, of course, defend or retain the title. They are defending champs, Dominica. And, of course, it's a must-win situation for them. St. Lucia is on 8 points now from that abandoned match at Grand Bay as a result of rain. Of course, gaining 1 more point from that, from 7, as they were topping the table. And another good delivery there outside the off stump. The captain is on fire with the ball now, ready, bowling well. Seems very inspired at the moment. He's into his 5th over now, conceding only 13 runs for the 1 wicket that he has picked up. And he seems very inspired, looking for a 2nd wicket there and put his team in a better position. Good ball, back of a length, and just cramping the batter for room there. And he can't score. 25 for free to score. Dominica looking to defend their title as champions of the WINLOTT Windward Islands Under 19 tournament. Fontaine, the captain, back of a length, and the batter is on the back foot very comfortably, and they can score. Dominica is high-spirited now and inspired, of course, and really placing some pressure on St. Vincent's and the Grenadines. Fontaine again. And the batter is playing forward very watchfully, and they can score. So Fontaine looking for his 2nd. Both bowlers, of course, bowling well so far, very accurately, because they know that they can't afford to miss their mark. So execution right now is crucial Another good delivery. Just tucking this one around the corner in front of him, in front of short leg, that is. Of course, Davis, the man doing the fielding, and they can score. Because there's no short leg, there's a short fine leg, there's a short backward square, rather, a deep fine leg, backward point, cover point, short. And this one drifts down the leg side and signal wise umpire Oswald George. So one more to the scorecard. And first, Fontaine just missing his line on this occasion there. Bob Jr. to receive. Good length down the leg side. And of course, just escaping the gloves of the wicketkeeper. This one is shoot. And of course, with this, we come to the end of the over. 27 for 3 to score after 9.